Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. So, patch 7.3 is out, and today we're going to be checking out first the 24-man raid update here. That is the Final Fantasy XI crossover collaboration, and then if we've still got time at the end, then we'll start into the MSQ today as well. So, with all that said, the 24-man raid starts over here, so let's talk to the Landsguard messenger. So, Dreams of Paradise. Ah, Prince, your timing couldn't be better. I've just received word from Yaktel. Unknown beasts have been sighted near the rift and attacked the sentries standing guard. Bakuljaja believes them to be echoes, and is headed there as we speak. It goes without saying the threat more of them could pose to What? It goes without saying the threat more of them could pose to Tuliyola. That sentence doesn't make sense. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. That's on me. Yeah, I was just misinterpreting it there. Anyway. I should be only too happy to help. Our last contact came from Turolja in Mamuk. I suggest speaking with him first to learn more about Bakuljaja's whereabouts. Alright, to Mamuk we will go. And there they are. Ah, you must be Prince. Bakuljaja asked that I take you to him as soon as you arrived. When last we spoke, he was hunting for the Echo somewhere to the north of Gokdrak Descent. Climb aboard and we can be on our way. You can now travel directly to Gokdrak Descent near the entrance to Juno by speaking with Turolja. Let us proceed. That'll definitely cut down on the trip. This is quite literally all the way across the map from Mamuk here, so... Alright, so I guess, we need to head north here. There's Bakuljaja. There you are. I'm afraid you've missed all the excitement. They raised arms to attack before we even had time to say hello. To be fair, we also put them down before they had time to say goodbye. Prince, Bakuljaja, we came as fast as we could. Are these not orcs? Like the ones that attacked my home. To say they're violent would be an understatement, and they usually move in large packs. Tavanzia always had a hard time holding them off. Gotcha, Lord Samuel. We're, let's see, in terms of current gear, actually, the latest gear is going to still be as of 7.2. So, you're not that far behind if you're still in the middle of the 7.0 MSQ, I think you said you were. It won't take you that long to catch up to current gear levels. Is there any chance these brutes are native to your lands? Oh, gotcha. You're still back in Endwalker. Or, post-Endwalker, rather. Or actually, are you still in the regular Endwalker? It seems we have our answer. But what is that? It's a letter, penned in your people's hand, I think. Would you take a look? To the Dawn Servant's champion, the stage has been set for your next challenge. Thus do I hereby invite you to return to Juno. Should you refuse, a horde of echoes will be unleashed upon Yaktel. The choice is yours. So this is his long-awaited invitation. I know a snake when I see one, and this one is rotten to the core. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, you're in post Endwalker then. And yeah, as a DPS, yeah, you definitely need to up your gear. But thankfully, everything to get yourself up with the item level 660 stuff is just poetics now. So if you have a need for poetics, I would recommend running things like the leveling and the main scenario MSQ, because those will give you a large amount of those. So I know I know the MSQ one takes a while, but honestly, it's a lot better since they made the change where they split the Praetorium into 2 different instances, so it's not as bad as it used to be. Anyway, what choice do we have but to accept? That bastard. Let's get going. The sooner we're back in Juno, the sooner he can get reacquainted with my fists. Gotcha. For Gil, I mean, you got Wondrous Tales. You can get that Platinum Gil at the end of it. And then if you do actually go into the roulettes as whatever class type is needed, you do get a Gil bonus from that. And then, of course, you could also just check out what you got on your retainers and see if there's anything you can throw up on the market. The other thing is, if you happen to run out of roulettes for poetics, you can also run the Etherochemical Research Facility over and over. That gives you a straight 150 poetics for each run that you do of that synced with the party. All right, to Juno we go. Why am I not surprised? He makes a big show of threatening us to return and has the nerve to make us wait. Conjuring the Shadow Lord was bad enough. What could he be plotting this time? And what part am I meant to play in all this? Well, hopefully things are at least a little better for you now, Lord Samuel. Now that you've had a rest from the game. The orcs we saw earlier share a long, bitter history with the orcs of my home, Sandoria. When I first took up the adventuring profession, one of my first tasks was to rout a band of orcs that had set up an encampment in the nearby woods of Ronfar. Though my memory is a little hazy. I'm trying to remember now, Lord Samuel. I mean, the Stormblood, there were... What? We had... Wow, all their names are slipping my mind right now. Let me pull up the list here. Trials, Stormblood, Susano, we had Lakshmi, we had Shimyu. And then we had Tsukiyomi, Or the wayward daughter in that case. This is... Well, we'll get to them at a later date. This was the Monster Hunter crossover, and then here we got the Three Lords. Gotcha. Okay, so then it was Shinryu then. All right. Anyway, let's wait for our villain to appear. How good of you to come. It would have been a shame were I forced to set more echoes upon the good people of Tyrol. The Dawn Servant would have been most displeased to see his dear people come to harm. Enough of these games, Cirilja. We will not let you besmirch the memories of Vana'diel with these aberrant echoes any longer. Why are you here exactly? I don't recall requesting your presence here today. A minor setback on my path to greatness, as you will all soon see. Come forth. Allow me to introduce you to Kam Lanat, Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Juno. But do not let his title deceive you, for he is the last of the Xylart from 10,000 years ago. They existed in a time before the 5 races inhabited Vana'diel. I know how ridiculous that must sound, but we might have a real problem on our hands this time. Yeah, Lord Samuel, if you're at 614, yeah, definitely get on that poetic hunt, and you'll get right up to 660 real quick there. Oh gods, he sounds like an Ascian. Yeah, the time difference is expected to be about 10,000 years for 14's Ascians as well. From when Heidelin did her kick. Prish is not going to know what an Ascian is. Unless they had Ascians in 11, but completely different. You had ancients like the Xylart here too? Our worlds are more alike than I thought. I never played 11, so I don't know. If I remember correctly, or let me rephrase that, I got up to like level 10 and then gave up on it. If I remember correctly, Kam Lanat had an older brother. I can't imagine Cirilja would have overlooked such a detail. Older brother. How would you know anything about that? Come now, Kam Lanat. You needn't trouble yourself with the ramblings of a dead man. I see. You would use these adventures to take my measure. Well, there's certainly a far cry from the riffraff I'd imagined. Fine, I'll play along with your little scheme, for now. And with that, the curtain rises on your second challenge. Cirilja, wait! Before you go, I have to know, am I really just an echo? We've been over this, child, but it seems your heart refuses to accept what your head knows to be true. I pity you, I do. Here, let me ease your burden, and return you to Electrope. Cool Jaja. A cool Jaja. Playing hero to this heap of stone, masquerading as a child. My, how the mighty have fallen. With him out of the way, that's one less distraction for you in the coming contest. Some come, bring your all to bear, that I may create the perfect vessel, the perfect ruler. I shall await you in a more fitting place for our battle. I do hope you won't keep me waiting. Are you all right? Gods, this is all my fault. Rooks, no. I'm starting with the 24-man raid first, and then we'll move on to the MSQ. As much as I'd love to hand Cyrilja a fat knuckle sandwich, I can't just leave you here like this. I never dared imagine we would be made to trade blows with the Archduke. And though I'm loath to do anything that might play into his hands, we can ill afford to let him have his way with the memories of Vanadil. When you're duly prepared, but say the word and we'll be off. Sandoria, the second walk, now accessible. Alright, let's see how long the wait is going to be. Hopefully it's not going to be too long here. Okay, that's saying 14 minutes. How about White Mage? That's a little better. And just to make sure I'm not passing something up here, Red Mage? Oh, that's even faster. All right, I'll go ahead and play a DPS this time here, just so that we can get in here quicker. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I actually have 4 classes that are just instant buttons. I've got my Warrior, my White Mage, my Red Mage, and I've also got Dancer. I'm sorry, Dancer is here, and then Red Mage is here, but you get the point. Those are the 4 that I sort of main, but it's like I pull out the DPS more or less kind of when I just need it in the moment. With the when we get to the MSQ, I would more expect we're gonna be going into whatever the dungeon is with the trust, and then we'll see about the trial. If they decide to do trust for that, or if we're going to have to do a party with that one. Anyway, let's see what everybody's saying here. There's no telling what other echoes we'll find inside. Best stay on your guard, my friend. Twice now he's bested me. He may only be a shade, but he's not to be underestimated. You let me worry about Bakul Jaja. Now get in there and show Kamlana what you're made of. Okay, that's odd. This is saying that they need tanks. Okay, let me switch back then. Okay, what was up with that timer? Okay, DPS, wake up! Well, whoever they were, they just lost their spot. Here we go. If I'm not mistaken, I think this song is called Ronfar. All right, let's grab some food.
Chateau d'Origny? Is this meant to be Sandoria? More echoes!
Sending out a lot of AoEs there. Yeah, Nier was definitely interesting. Although I would say that last raid in Nier kind of lasted a little too long.
Quiet place that sees its fair share of new adventurers. We must fight our way through.
I'm not surprised. And that final boss in that final raid, yeah, who would think Square Enix would throw their own building at you? Or rather, Yoko Taro would throw the Square Enix building at you.
A burning circle here. It would appear the land has been altered. This is all a peak. We must be ready for anything.
This feels Ifritish. Faithbound Kirin, okay.
By the gods, it's Kirin.
Alright, somebody else is taking tanking duties on this one.
You, who have risen above your mortal status. I am Kirin. this surging power I bring to bear!
This is no power I've seen before, but I won't be daunted.
Oh, giant hands! I'm just not sure if the reference is supposed to be to Smash Brothers Crazy Hand and Master Hand, or if it's supposed to be a reference to ARMS on the Nintendo systems.
Oh, Guardians Divine, lend me now your might! Oh, Byakko, rend with fang and claw!
Oh, what is that Auspice doing here?
Have care. A comrade is down. Someone revive them.
A lot of movement in this one.
Will you overcome my trial?
Ooh, a whole bunch of people just went down there.
You shall reap the rewards for daring to contend with the gods.
Alright, I gotta take this. Oh, I'm surprised they didn't make this into an action.
There is no escape.
Active time event, rather. Like with the Susano fight.
Know your place.
I'm still having trouble reading some of those.
must thank you, mortals.
It seems we've impressed Kirin. Let us keep up the good work.
I'll try for the healing gear. I'm basically already set on my warrior set. I'm once I can pull it up here. I'm already item level 751, so I really don't need the gear in here for my main warrior. Journal Armada. Well, that's not good.
It's Ultima and Omega, and they're attacking those airships.
Ultima and Omega are on a rampage. Who unleashed them?
At this rate, everything will be laid to waste.
The airships are taking heavy damage. We must do something. I'm glad you're safe. Come, let's keep moving.
I wasn't sure if we needed to get launched as well.
I do not see an easy way back, but I'm sure you can handle things without me.
Alright, we got Omega. So now the question is, are we gonna need to know larboard and starboard? No, it's aft to 4. Well, that's front and back. So let's see about larboard and starboard. Oh my goodness! It is the raid from Heavensward. Okay, what's happening here? Something is gonna reflect. Ah, okay. Okay, apparently I'm tanking now. Jump from the airship before it's reduced to ash. Okay. Okay, Buster, that's probably gonna be a line AoE. No, it's just a radio. I'm gonna grab Omega again. Everybody else can focus. The big guy. I love it when one of my attacks can interrupt what they're doing. Oh boy. Okay, where's it gonna go? I think this is the safe spot. Nope. Home gang. I didn't know it was gonna go through the glass there. I'll give it to them for this. This is definitely a mechanic-heavy fight, that's for certain. You have to read things a little bit more here than usual. Okay, what this time? I was a second slow there to get out of that. All right, to the corner. And run, run, run! Oh, I think Omega's down. Okay. All right.
An impressive show. Hurry now. Do not keep me waiting.
Looks like I actually got the healing gear from the previous roll, so glad to see that. Yeah, things have gotten chilly, haven't they? That's gonna suck us in and do an AoE. Yeah, there's something about these raids I could never understand, and it's the fact that when I do my AoE, I only see damage numbers on like 1 or 2 enemies at a time when I'm still hitting 6. So I don't know if that means that the server is ignoring all of my hits and just limiting me to hitting only 2 targets at the same time, or if all the damage is actually going through and it's just some sort of display issue on my side. And like right now, the bug doesn't seem to be happening. No, that time it did happen. So there's like 7 targets up, and it's only showing up on like 3 or 4 targets that I'm hitting. So whatever this thing is, it's really weird, and
You shall find me at the summit.
I wish there was an explanation about it. Like, is it just simply a server limitation of the fact that I'm in a 24-man content here or not? Alright, there's Kamlanat. But based on the duty progress, he is not the final encounter.
Come then, show me what your kind can do. Oh, sublime Estoc! Drink deep of the elements!
Not sure what Elemental Blade is gonna do. So, is this a color-based fight? So, electricity and ground.
Once more, shall
So
we?
then, I guess this would be safe right here, because this is between fire and water? Yeah, okay.
Kneel!
Okay, this is taking the damage out to the edge. At least I think. Yeah.
Behold the glory of the Zalat! You are naught but insects to be crushed! Accept your fate!
At this point, I've kind of been conditioned to sort of just always expect a follow-up mechanic. So if one mechanic happens, I'm sort of like at this point,
Wisdom and die!
I just basically run to wherever the opposite spot is.
This is the power of crystals, transcendent, sublime.
Okay, 3 exits, and we're lifted into the air.
By their might, I pave the path to paradise. I am the will of the crystal.
These platforms will probably come into play soon enough. That looks like an ultimate.
That you should still stand. Very well, then.
Or I guess in his case, a 2-hour ability.
Careful now. The face of war is ever changing.
Ice. And now water. And then fire.
Tremble! Disappear!
I will not respect that.
Kneel!
I kind of realized at the last second I needed to be ready to get pushed back.
Oh, sublime Estok! Drink deep of the elements!
Okay, fire and lightning and water.
Accept your fate!
Alright, still going.
I thank you for this amusement.
Lightning and... Okay, so we gotta go over here. And then water and fire. And then fire and lightning. So over here.
Insolent fool.
Okay. I had the color wrong. Oh, that's not good.
Begone. Oh, sublime Estok! Drink deep of the elements!
Grass, fire, and lightning. I think I'm having trouble reading the colors here. I can't stop this from happening, right? Oh, I can stop it from happening. Okay. Yeah, so I still don't have to respect the mechanic then.
Oh, sublime Estok! Drink deep of the elements! Why? I am the will of the crystal. How could I be defeated by mere mortals? Farewell, my little brother. Return to the crystal from which you were born. As for the rest of you, I invite you to the Gate of the Gods.
So this must be his brother.
You have the privilege of walking within the heart of Tulia. Do not disappoint me. After 10 long millennia, the dreams of the Zealot will become reality. Your time ends now.
Alright, we got our mapping achievement.
This world shall belong to the Zealot.
Tank Buster right at the start.
Can you escape this, I wonder?
I saw they were hanging around there.
Be gone! Round and round they go.
Gotcha, for that one you go in.
Let's try this.
Oh, he's doing Kefka.
My javelin pierces all. Allow me to show you a trick I've learned. Have you the strength to find the answers you seek? This is not Varna deal. I'm well aware of that. I also understand the true nature of my existence. So come, let us finish this.
Second phase it is
I
then.
will eliminate you and make this world ours. The time for games is over. Behold my true power! I shall
it's kinda like
forge
Shinryu
a
to
more
me.
fitting stage for our battle.
Wait, that's gonna move.
All pales before our brilliance. Perhaps some magic in the mix.
Okay, these are spinning. Yeah, I thought they were gonna move.
You fought well. But it's
Okay.
time to say goodbye.
Okay, that is moving, which means the safe spot is going to be over here. Oh, the whole platform moves. Okay.
My javelin pierces all.
I thought it was just the attack that moves. I'm gonna let this attack run out, and then we'll get back up. One of the worst things I can do is get up while an attack is going out, and get hit while I'm still low on health.
Even in this false flesh, I will not lose to you!
Okay, I still gotta figure that one out.
Let's try this.
Okay, they put me to sleep. Oh, that's gonna be a big hit. All of B is down, aside from a little bit left on the DPS there. I think B just used their LB3 healer. Limit break. Okay, so this is going over there, so this spot right here. I think I finally got this.
My javelin pierces all.
Got it. Okay, so I can wait until I'm sort of at the edge and then kind of just move around it from there. Although I should probably sprint based on what happened. They're almost down, 5% left. Can I? I can disrespect that. Okay. Oh, brother, where's Xylart thou? Which means, I guess, the next part of the raid series is going to be in Change to Promathia, then. I might get the minion there. Nope. How about the music? No luck on the music. Commendation to the healer. Alright, but cool, Jaja, you okay? Trish was worried sick about you. I'm sure she's glad to see you're back, and with barely a scratch on you. But where is Alexal? Did something happen? Prince, you're back, and still in one piece. Where's, I think I said his name wrong, but where's Alshal? Did something happen? You had to fight Omega and Ultima too? Wow, Cirilja wasn't holding back this time. But you made it out fine, and I'm sure Alshal did too. What do you want now? Oh dear, it seems your merry little band is a member short. Could it be their life was cut tragically short on the field of battle? Though I suppose life would be something of an exaggeration, wouldn't it? Ah, but I digress. I came here to congratulate you on your impressive trouncing of the Echoes. Indeed, your struggles have afforded me vital knowledge. Knowledge I will put to good use in my next selection. Spare us the bravado. Anyone with eyes can see you're really upset about losing. Why would I have cause to be upset when everything is going to plan? The stronger he proves to be, the more powerful our ruler will be when all is said and done. But why? Why go to such lengths? Because we deserve better than that mockery of a contest could muster. And the world will soon see that I am fit to govern alongside a true ruler. Usurp the throne, and the world will only see you as a would-be tyrant and traitor. Please, Cirilja, it's not too late to stop this. Despite what you may think, the Dawn Servants have served the people well, and I have no doubt they would forgive you for your transgressions just as they forgave me. What happened to you, Bakul Jaja? What happened to the proud warrior who vied for the throne, understanding that only we Mamulja are fit to rule? Whatever bonds you believe you forged with Wuklamat are merely an illusion born of convenience. You think your loyalty sets you along a noble path? But you're nothing more than her lapdog, a means for her to harness the might of the blessed siblings. And when she falls, you'll find yourself a mongrel on the streets, as you've always been. You're wrong, Cyrielja. You're wrong! Easy, Bakuljaja. You'll reopen your wound. Serves you right for trying to protect that thing. Considering the damage her core incurred battling our champion, she hasn't long left anyway. But she's not the only one in a precarious position, is she? Or have you forgotten the contents of my letter? It would be all too easy to unleash an army of echoes upon the good people of Yoctel. If you value your safety, then my selections must continue. You disgust me, Cyrielja, and that's saying something. If there's nothing else, I have much to prepare, and more still to consider before making my next selection. Until next time. I'll show. You're back. My apologies for the delay. Fighting off the echoes took longer than I had anticipated. Clearly you had no trouble fighting your way out, so why the long faces? Did something happen? Cyrielja. How long do I have before that rotten snake. If what he says is true, and the two of us are indeed echoes, then any significant injury could quite literally wipe us from existence. Be that as it may, even though I am not real, the love I bear for Vanadil and her memories is. That's why I keep fighting. Me too. Worrying about it isn't going to get us anywhere. I already know the truth. And we get a Phoenix down for our troubles here. Phoenix Downs in Final Fantasy XI, from what I recall, were notoriously expensive. The memories sleeping in Juno stir. Perhaps the human adventurer has new knowledge to share with you. Well, let's speak with Bakuljaja, and I'll look at that later, offline. Until Cyrielja makes himself known again, all we can do is wait. Feels like we're playing right into his hands. But enough of my rantings. You must be tired after all he's put you through. Why don't we return to Tuliolol for now? I'll meet you all at Bright Plume Post. To Tuliolol we go, then. All the way up to there. I'm much better now, thanks to Prish and my brother's healing magics. Rest assured, you won't find me underfoot next time. We've spent so much time here, one might say this has become our base of operations. After those orcs and everything else Cyrielja threw at us, it's nice to finally get a chance to breathe, ain't it? Speaking of which, what were the two of you up to the first time we were afforded a reprieve from his scheming? Doing as any good adventurer would, exploring. More specifically in Dawntrail. We happened upon a most fascinating settlement of giants on our travels, the Yakoi, I believe they call themselves. They bear a striking resemblance to the trolls of our world. Only in appearance, mind. Trolls are a hostile sort, given to looting and plundering, and known to serve as sellswords. That wasn't all we saw, though. We traveled all over. I was hoping we'd find someone who might have seen Cyrilja, or at the very least knew something about Electrope. I'd be surprised if you did. Electrope isn't native to Tyrol. It comes from the Kingdom of Alexandria, inside the dome in Shock Tyrol. The dome? They said we needed some sort of permit to cross the bridge leading north. If that's where Electrope comes from, do you reckon there's anyone there who could help figure out if we're really echoes? Well, if we head to the back rooms, probably. Oblivion may be able to shed some light on things, as they've been working rather closely with the Landsguard of late. I see no reason why a request couldn't be made through the Wing of Reflection. Meaning we should go and pay them a visit, yes? Just as well. If we're going to get these 2 traveler passes, I'm sure the guard will expedite the process if we mention they're to accompany Prince. Wouldn't such a permit normally require some manner of rare goods in exchange? Or perhaps an exorbitant sum of gil? Somehow I get the feeling that's something related to how things were in 11. Ah, right. I've heard stories about adventurers struggling to get a pass for the airships in Vanadil. I'd sooner walk if I had to pay those prices. Airship travel around here is actually quite cheap. Sorry for the wait. The Landsguard had no trouble readying passes for the both of you. So soon? Gods, the depth of his coffers must be staggering. As for Oblivion, they're keen to learn more about you. In fact, they've asked to meet on the outskirts of Alexandria. It's a rather long way from here to the Dome, though. We should stop in Shishineweze Springs. Catch our breath and shore up supplies. I'll show them the way there. Okay. And actually, this is the perfect opportunity for a quick little detour here, because actually, last time I forgot to grab another quest that had popped up after we had spoken with Nitawikwe and finished up her collectibles. So inside here, Walika actually has another quest for us here. So we're gonna take a quick little side quest here, because apparently there's something waiting that I need to grab here. Ah, Prince, glad you're here. Zapya told me he needs to speak with you. As for why he didn't simply track you down himself, your guess is as good as mine. At any rate, you'll find him over at Shaloni Station. Safe travels. And off we go! Prince, perfect timing. You see, I have a problem. It's the Dawnblazer. I know she detonated in the line of duty, but try as I might, I can't get that armored angel out of my mind. After she came up in conversation the other day, it relit a fire in me. One thing led to another, and I found myself stitching together a little something inspired by her design. I know how crazy this must sound, Prince, but I'd really love for you to have this ensemble. And if it's not to your liking, maybe you could find a roundabout way of asking Nidawikwe what she thinks of it? Just think about it, alright? Together we can keep her memory alive. Through us, the Dawnblazer will ride on. And that gives us a Dawnblazer attire coffer. Alright, let's just take a quick look at this here. Alright, so Dawnblazer... I'll say it is always nice when they give us free outfits to wear. Alright, let me turn my helmet on. Ah, that's kind of nice with the kind of hat there. Yeah, that's a nice reward for finishing up Nidawikwe's stuff. Alright, let's get our regular gear back on. And continue on with the raid quests. Excuse me, sir. I'm looking for my daughter. Have you seen a little Eldite girl anywhere? Can't say I have. I see. Gods, where could she have run off to? Say, you're from the Dome, aren't you? What's got you so worked up in a hurry? And in a hurry. Yes, I am. My name is Jasper, and it's my daughter. She's gone missing. Try to stay calm, alright? Maybe we can help. What does she look like? Right, her name is Scoria. She's an Eldite like me, with long red hair. We were planning to move from Solution 9 to Tuliolol, and so we came to visit first. Learn about our home-to-be. We were waiting to ride the Ronique, and before I knew it, she had wandered off. I think I may have seen her a little while ago. Girls like your daughter don't seem all that common in these parts. Pretty sure she was heading somewhere to the south. We'd better hurry and find her, before something in the wilds finds her first. You leave this to us. She'll be back and safe before you know it. Sorry to put our plans on hold after dragging you all the way out here. We should have more than enough time before we're to meet with Oblivion. Besides, what manner of adventurers would we be to ignore a person in need? Well, let's be quick about it. I'll go with Jasper and ask around if anyone has seen Scoria. You three check to the south. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Please do be careful out there. You heard Bakul, Jaja. Let's get going. There was a settlement to the south, if memory serves. Perhaps someone there has seen Scoria. Let's each speak with 3 or so people, then reconvene to see what we can piece together of her whereabouts. Alright, if we're headed to the settlement to the south, we can actually... Oh, no, actually, it's further to the west than there, so... We can just go this way, then. Think of it, I don't think I've ever actually stopped in this little town before. What do they even have in the merchant here? Nothing I need. Okay. I've been on the hunt for music rolls as of late. There's an achievement for getting 500 of them. I'm about 5/8 of the way there at this point, I think. I was just up north a little while ago, but I didn't see any Eldite girl wandering about. Poor thing, I hope she's not in any trouble. Ah, I saw her wandering about outside of town, but only for a moment. No sooner had our eyes met than she'd run off. I'd love to help, but I have to get back to work. Okay, and one more person. A young Eldite girl? No, I haven't. It's not often you hear of Eldite looking to move to Tuliolal. If we can expect more in the future, I'd certainly like to get to know them. Okay, and we are meeting back up over here. I think I've learned all I can from the people here. Did you discover anything of note? She was spotted right outside of town. I heard much of the same, so we can say with certainty that she passed through here not long ago. Let's continue on southward. Krish, did you literally deck one of these dinos? There you are. I take it you haven't had any luck finding her either. All I found searching around here was monsters. To be honest, it felt like a waste of time at first. While I was thumping this one, though, I could have sworn I saw a kid off in the distance. I'm betting it was her. If we hurry, we might be able to catch up to her. Whoever that was I saw scurrying off can't be far. Let's go before any monsters find them. You found her. Thank goodness. Who are you people? The name's Prish. Your father asked us to come and find you. What are you doing out here all by yourself? He said we have to move, but I don't want to go. I want to stay in Alexandria and be a singer. I know nothing about the music in Tuliolal, and they'd never listen to a nobody like me who's not even from Tyrol. Thinking about it made me mad. So mad. I needed to be alone to think. So I ran, and I kept running. Then somehow I found myself here. I'm sorry if I caused you all any trouble. No trouble at all. No need to be sorry. You're safe, and that's all that matters. You know, you remind me of a friend of mine. Ulmia. One day, I found her out near the coast with a beautiful view just like this, crying like it was the end of the world. She had been trying to join the choir, but turns out she was too nervous to sing in front of people. But this world is one damn big place. If you spend all your time dwelling on small setbacks, you'll never be able to appreciate the bigger picture. It'd be a lie to say I know what you're going through, but what I do know is this. Giving up on singing would mean the end of the world you've been working toward. I told Ulmia the same thing, and you know what? She kept pursuing her passion for singing, and eventually joined the Tavnazian Cathedral Choir, just like she had always dreamed. But what if they hate my songs? What if they all just laugh at me? All sorts of people live here in Tyrol, you know? And now there are even folks from another world mingling with the locals. It's full to bursting with diversity. Being different is what'll make your song so special. And I'm sure there are people here who appreciate that. So I say keep singing. Share your music with this big, wide world. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Would it be alright if I start by sharing with you? Ah, there you are. It's so good to see you all safe. Scoria has told me everything. I don't know how I could ever repay you. But after we've finished moving to Tuliolo, I certainly intend to try. You have my word on that. I hope to see you again soon, and I'd love to meet your friend Ulmia as well. You and me both. When we do, we'll be certain to tell Ulmia that Prish has another dear friend who is dying to meet her. I can hardly wait! And I promise to keep singing, sharing my music with the world just like you said. So you better come back. I'll have a front row seat waiting for you. Right, of course. We had better be on our way. Thank you again for everything. Till we meet again, I hope. Yeah, it seemed like it had just hit her in that moment. On to Alexandria, then. Now that Scoria is safe and reunited with her father, I think it's time we make for the Dome. We can take the train from Shaloni Station. Prish, it's time to go. Oh, sorry. Right, let's get going. Back over to Shaloni Station we go, then. If I had known we were gonna come over here, I would have waited just a moment. on that other quest. What luck! The train's just arrived. I know I said worrying about if we're real isn't going to get us anywhere, but... Gods, I feel such a damn hypocrite. A hypocrite. I can't stop thinking about what Cyril just said. I'm not scared, though, I mean, it is a little scary. But more than that, it's why does this have to be so complicated? You really miss home, don't you? That's probably it. Listening to Scoria sing reminded me of Olmia and home. It makes me wonder what everyone is up to. I can think of at least one person who's already in the midst of their next grand adventure. Even if we're merely echoes, who is to say we cannot return to Vanadil? I've no doubt Cyrilja would know the way. And what place would I have in Vanadil when the real Prish is already there? Just when I think I've put it out of my mind, I think of Kamlanat and Eldnash, clearly imposters and proof we're living the same lie. Then we met Scoria. She's so excited to have us come back and see her sing, and saying we would just felt like more of that lie. There's no doubt in my mind we'll stop Cyrilja, but then what? What happens to us? Would that I had an answer for you, but I don't. No one does. Because the future is what we make of it. You know, depending upon the situation, when it's all over, there is potentially a cafe I could drop you off of at the end of the universe, but we'll see if that even comes into play here. Once this is over, I intend to see all this world has to offer. I may be without memories, but I've not lost my adventurer's heart. Perhaps I'll even find a new calling along the way. The world is one damn big place, after all. I dare say there's something out there for the both of us. When you're right, you're right. I guess we'll find our own place to call home. But first things first, we need to go and meet Oblivion. Okay, it looks like it's failing. So, is it possible to recharge that thing, perhaps? Damn it all. We had better hurry. Kikwezana has agreed to speak with us on behalf of Oblivion. Best not to keep him waiting. I'm ready. Ready for anything. even if these memories of adventure etched upon our hearts are not our own, we're still here, in this moment, and that makes us real. Ah, you must be the one Shale told me about. I'm Kikwezana, one of the Electrope engineers. So, what was it you wanted to discuss? I see. Well, that'd take more than just memories etched into Electrope. Mamulja magics are quite impressive, though. They almost seem alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Technically. Maybe. Let's just forget I said anything, alright? Don't worry about it. We're not even sure ourselves, to be honest. The only thing we're certain of is that our bodies are made from Electrope. We were hoping you could figure out what that means for us. We can't just sit around moping, you know. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'd certainly love to try. We are in your debt, sir. While you're conducting your tests, would it be alright if we have a look around? There's something about unfamiliar lands that stirs an adventurer's blood and... Wait, if we're made of Electrope, do we even have blood to stir? Even if we don't, that's an absurd question to ask, don't you think? Well, at least they seem to be in better spirits. Perhaps they simply find the truth comforting. If we might return to the topic at hand, yes, feel free to explore as you like. Then it's settled. The site of our next adventure will be here in the Dome, and then Shaktaral. I hope we'll see you around, Prince. And worry not, I will keep a close eye on Prish, and ensure we're not away overlong. We mustn't lose sight of our true goal, after all. To defeat Cirilja, and God's willing, secure a means of persisting without his magics. And I'll stand by the both of you every step of the way. If the two of you will follow me, I need to collect a few samples. Oh no, I forgot. I never took them to Shibalyev Tai for tacos. There's so much in Tuliolo they've yet to see. So much they've yet to eat. I suppose I'll have to bring food here when they're free. A fine idea, brother. Perhaps. But it will have to wait. Let us return to Bright Plume Post for now. I mean... just a thought here, but I do have some tacos I could give them right here. I don't know if that means anything to you, but it's something that could be good. but Kuljaja told me what happened. Well done defeating Cyrilja's echoes. We'll make certain the guard is duly prepared for new threats, should new threats arrive in Yaktel. Waiting for Cyrilja to show himself is maddening, but it will be worth it to finally put him to the sword. At the first sign of activity in those woods, you can be certain the Landsguard will contact you. Until next time, take care. Meanwhile, somewhere in the rift. How much longer must I wait for this vessel you promised me? My apologies, Dawn Servant. It is no simple matter to fashion a vessel befitting one of your majesty, but soon, very soon, preparations will be complete. Are they starting to distrust him? How many times have I explained this to that insufferable oaf? I thought him a kindred spirit from across the rift, but his impulsiveness is beginning to test my patience. At least that adventurer, for their part, continues to exceed my expectations. Once I find the echo that proves his match, everything will fall into place. He did well to stand against the ancients, but against the gods, not a chance. His companions will need to be dealt with as well. Prish will be simple enough, but the other one, Al-Shal, was it? I thought he was nothing more than the middling amalgamation of memories. That he continues to survive defies all reason. A man of such resilience in Vanadil would have to be... No, it couldn't be. If I'm right about this, then... No matter. Thankfully, I'm not without my contingencies. We deserve better. We will have better. Only blessed siblings, possessed of resolve and reason, are fit to rule. But Kuljaja was little more than a witless brute before, but clearly his companions have stirred something within him. Perhaps he's not without value after all. So then, is he planning to turn us, or turn Bakuljaja? The memories abiding within Juno stir what's more. Perhaps the adventurers there have new knowledge to share with you. Alright! And so with that brings the 24-man raid update to an end. And with that, it is time now to start into the main scenario quest. So for that, we're going to head over to Solution 9. And we head for the back room. Alright, Shale, what's up? If you have a moment, Prince, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Also, is Prish and Al-Shalan here? Probably not. They usually don't cross over the MSQ with other parts of the story. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I had the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calix. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his reach. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. You can count on me. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolol. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Prince's group, if you'll have me. Of course. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Alright, Cryol? The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I woke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Ah, you're a scholar then. Is that a grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes. My parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into two groups after all. 'Twould certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The two of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Prince and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what, and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. Ah, yes, so this is something that they put up specifically for starting with patch 7.3, which is basically just a brief overview, but we know how this whole thing works, where people start accompanying us. So Geode is accompanying us now. To the east we go! Are the sentries and air-wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-regulator. Becoming an Endless is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate your offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant, until it happened. Alright, to the south. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Prince, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we'd heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That's true, that does seem like a count-up, if you will. And once the count-up happens, it's going to, something's going to happen. Or rather, once it gets to 5,000. You know what? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. That's true. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks, and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. To the east we go, then. Let's discuss the hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Did any of the victims not wear a regulator? Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualty, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. That's very telling of the situation. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present at the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Right, so that brings me back to something, and I think I tried to say something about this last time, but I'm not entirely sure, so I want to make sure I say it now. The patches of white dust, I think that's actually a game mechanic, specifically desynthesis. So when you, for example, were to break down some sort of fish that you fish out of a lake or an ocean or something like that, if you desynthesize that, most of the time that's going to turn into fine sand. Sometimes you get other stuff from it, but most of the time it is fine sand. And I wonder if there's some sort of relationship between desynthesis and what happened here with the dust here. Prince, I think it's time we rejoin Krylan's Fiend. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryle say to meet them in the plaza just outside True View? Let's get going. The other thing that it could be, yeah, if it's desynthesis, maybe it's the regulator, like, people that died without the regulator, they would not have the regulator to effectively start to desynthesize them. But those that had the regulator could potentially get desynthesized by it. And maybe that's why only those that died without a regulator are showing up, because the others just simply disappeared through desynthesis. Because they had no body left. We finished our patrol as well. It did not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower than I would imagine. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stroke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at the various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erinville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher, Malachite, told us much the same thing. Or Malachite. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Prince, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? We're on our way. Sorry to hear you're having trouble with the heat there, Lord Samuel. Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
No regulator.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! Wayakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora!
I was just given a phoenix down. Let me hit them with it.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Not your fault.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
I'm sorry.
That's good to hear.
You still sound like Meteon to me.
Thank you for saving her.
So we have the title for the patch, The Promise of Tomorrow. And this was just the introduction. Alright, Sphene. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. But did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Curious that we're only getting eye level 690 food here. But I'm gonna take the silver piece. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful. Yourself. Is there, more? No, it's outside the room. Okay, I was headed in the right direction. That man, this is awful. Why is this happening? Isadora is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to another, to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally, like any other. Then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. I say we melt them all down for now. It's the safest option. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakiwe sent word. I am sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made significant modifications to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakui has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Let's see what we got out here. Please, Geode, please be safe. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. And yeah, that's a new thing in 7.3 that's also really nice. The fact that you can now see targets way further out if you've got the graphical capacity for it. You see no sign of Geode. Wyaqui's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode answered me. There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Aha! Okay, so then
That dust.
it's the sentries doing the
Dust?
dissynthesis.
What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now!
A sentry.
A trap!
Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you require it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
It's obviously a lie. I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Speaking of, where is the key? Do I still have it on me? Because frankly, it'd probably be best off hidden somewhere. Maybe I should give it to the auspices for a while. No, I'm serious. I think we should put in a call to Galuja right now, and we should have him melt down all the sentries immediately, at least to stop Calyx from being able to take them over again. At least that would put him in the situation where he would have to find a new way to start his harvest again. Because, you know, they can always be rebuilt after this conflict is over. I can't... There are no words. The pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Prince. It falls to us. We must. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Actually, no, that's a better idea. I should drop the key off on the first instead. Keep it inside the Crystal Tower. He'd never be able to get it there. Or at least it would take a really long time and he'd have to figure out how to cross the rift over to the first. I will hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakui to meet us there as well. We'll just melt down those soldiers immediately.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Good idea pairing up at this point.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Alright, let's see what everybody's saying here. I am told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risked so much. We made a swift patrol of the other levels, and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. Again, Galuja, I'm telling you, order those sentries to be melted down immediately. The city can be defenseless for a short time without a problem, as long as other people are willing to help defend it. And plus, what enemies does Alexandria have aside from Calyx at this point? I mean, heck, bring in... I'm sure the Vow of Reason would not have a problem with sending defense units from Tuliolo to back up Alexandria for the time being. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. I've spoken with Wook Lamont. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Kahuya. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kahuya used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to the earth and sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right. Then let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word, and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Let us get on the air-wheeler. These air-wheelers are Janolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in the Everkeep, rather. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along, too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. we would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Back to the old headquarters, huh? Almost there. Phew, that helped clear my head a touch. You know, Prince, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. And that looks like trouble. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization.
Zerolja, perhaps?
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it?
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Alrighty. Let's speak to Shale here. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief. You've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Let's go with the tenacity. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organization resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Prince? Just waiting for whenever you need me. Prince, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you've finished attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I've others to speak with before I return to the back room. To the outskirts we go. Well, that's an ominous theme. We haven't heard that since the dealings with the, At least I don't think we've heard it since, dealings with the Ascians. Prince, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. I suspect things like the quest givers would be unaffected by this. Neo-regulator equipped resident. Now that's a sign for certain. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Yeah, there's obviously a time limit in play here, because once it hits 5,000, of course, that's when sparks are really going to fly around here. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-Regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen Sphene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Come to think of it, what happens if somebody, say, loses their new Neo-Regulator and can't register the thing? Were there more than 5,000 given out? Could that be a backdoor way of preventing it from reaching 5,000? Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sphene. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-Regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Okay, so there is something going on here. Because that's two people now that are talking about the end of things. Reminds me of the end of Lightning Returns, now that I think about it. Final Fantasy XIII Lightning Returns, that is. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Okay, so it's not giving me the option to point out that people are saying the end is coming, which is interesting. I guess their fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into a full-blown panic? Prince, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphano. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened?
Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance, deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning.
The signal needs to be blocked.
The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
Pray for it. Are there crystals nearby? Are they going to summon a primal?
Evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vauklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
You need not be a queen to defend. First those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more than necessary, even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamati disperse for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. You know, it's a good thing the Endsinger isn't still around, because imagine people turning because of this. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Cryle told me everything that happened while we were away. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. Have you considered disconnecting the electrope? Like, yanking it out of there? Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamut, please let them shelter in Tuliolo. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we can find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Alrighty, so, with that, we seem to be at a point here where I think things are going to start to pick up here. Before we do that, though, I do want to take a quick 3 to 5 minute break, at which point we will continue on, so please stand by, everyone. I will be right back.
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
After this scene, I'm gonna want to make a prediction.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects. Lightning? Does that include regulators? It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you. No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
Now, I said that a while back.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihiola.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy, that I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen's Fiend always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
That sounds like...
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
Okay. So, first off, I need to check something real quick here. Where is it? Because I've forgotten a name here. Let's see. Yeah, I can't believe I've forgotten her name, but her voice actor, sounds like the one that basically was threatening everything in Endwalker. Or Milos's voice actor sounds like her. So, yeah, I guess that's one part of it. But in terms of the prediction I was talking about, I'm starting to think, you know, if I'm really gonna go down the path of Ascians, then that sickness that they're encountering could lead Calyx to the same ideals as the Ascians, if he isn't one himself. So... Alright everyone, I am back, and let us continue on with the main scenario quest here. Let us speak to Wuk-Lamat. Tuliolol would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuk-Lamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. This is a conversation between leaders. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol, or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Gululja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. LSA and the others said you were here. Good news, Prince. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 10-29 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Let's do it. Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. So to the north we go. Over to those same lifts from last time. So the question is there another dungeon here? An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think at what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. It sounds like Gululja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Oh, so there isn't a dungeon here then.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years. It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You did well. Sounds like you need one of Janolt's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. I don't think I... Okay, so should we cut across this circular chamber in the middle? Yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well. Let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Alright, abandoned paperwork. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. This small shelving unit holds some office supplies and little else of note. Perhaps the researchers kept their personal belongings at their workstations? Well, that's what I'm trying to look through right now. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Let's rifle through. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. What does this data terminal have to say? The terminal screen displays what appears to be an index page of an employee manual. Personal protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 10-9 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms. The researchers' commons, the Proto Lab, or the Dawntrail Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of, and the rights to modify, the memories of all registered personnel. You know, that kind of reminds me of some of the policies they had in Eureka. I don't know if anybody's seen that TV show before. I mean, obviously they couldn't change a person's memory, but if somebody was removed from their research projects in that town, they would basically be given a new life, and everything that they had in their homes that was the property of Global Dynamics would basically be taken from them. Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. And then leadership personnel. Complex Director Demetrius, Protolab Chief XIV, and Dawntrail Lab Chief Redacted. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. The arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way to get... we're getting past this lock anytime soon. Well, let's try that card. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. So a card-shaped object fashioned from electro. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. Now the question is, does it still have enough charge for it to be able to be read? It does! It's open! You did it, Prince! And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture forth inside. Then let's continue onward. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. I'm looking there, and this looks like a USB dongle to me. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Protolab. That door is already open at least. We will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. If you're not seeing what I'm seeing here, it's kind of like right here that I'm seeing that USB. Anyway, Shale, please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of Experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You have reached the end of the journal entries. Wonder if there's going to be anything in here. This machine feeds into a soul cell. I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. These notes seem to be about the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, the maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. I get the feeling we're probably going to have to put those numbers in somewhere. The question is where and when. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Golulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Looks like I guessed right on that. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination? Let's try 158. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. You have entered 158 on the number pad. Could this be the right combination? The combination you entered is incorrect. Perhaps speaking with comrades. Okay. Yeah, let's step away. There was one 5-numbered key that we saw from Wuk-Lamat, so let's go back over there and grab that from them again. 11509. There we go. The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. Prince, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Prince. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move forward. Let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door access across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. The scanner awaits, holds the security card up to the panel, and it should unlock the door. It seems not everyone who joined Preservation became endless right away. There must have been some research that required physical bodies. If there were others besides my parents who left Preservation, where might they be now? Calyx hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us? Or maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Uwayaweta facility. Frankly, I'm surprised you can't use the King's authority to override the door. Anyway. A scanning device. It waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. So, here we go. A card-shaped key for opening restricted doors. This one is marked with a level 2 security clearance. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The Deutero Lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. What is it, Galulja? Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? How strange, the door is not lit up like the others. What does this sign say? Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero Lab, shall we? Interesting looking room. Oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. The Deutero Lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in there? Those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. This room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Deutero Lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we can create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. I think I already get how it works. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. But I also asked someone to operate the generator. I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then, would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Prince? The rest of us can help by supplying Prince with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Alright, so the start point is over here. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions, access to the control panels, and configure the circuitry. So... I guess triangle here? I see, okay. So the simplest path here is going to be... Let's see. Okay, so this is not a case where we can turn things. Got it. Let's set this to circle. Nope, I want circle. There we go. And then this becomes square. That should do it. Alright, Gulja, fire the thing up. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Prince, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that generator square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Gulja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest, assuming there are... these are our 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square, and the top right is half a circle. That's something to get you started, at least. What was diamond again? Okay, and then maybe I need triangle here then. Okay. I don't quite get why I need both paths here. One should be fine, because it really doesn't make any sense that the signal would split into 2 here, and because it just combines back into 1 over here. The initial solution I had should have been fine. You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. I don't know if the concept of positive and negative is a thing here. I can't remember them talking about it. I don't know. To me, it would seem like just a single line would be fine. Especially because, you know, right here we can see it just combines back into a single point. It worked. We did it, Prince. The Deutero Lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days, is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that, when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents, overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne. I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero Lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Alright, again, I'm gonna grab the silver piece. Yes, the door has power now. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Everything we read in this place, sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... That's the device to cross rift. The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Prince has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. Again, this is what I'm saying. We probably should have dropped the thing off on the first for the time being. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, We can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal is the thing that makes it possible. Yep, the crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. So let's break the thing open and send the crystal to the first stored inside the crystal tower for the time being. You know, so he can't grab it at the last moment. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. Actually, I keep saying that, but really I probably shouldn't, because we still don't know if Calyx is involved with the Ascians at all. Well, the remaining Ascians, that is. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Alright, let's see what we got. Storage crate. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. What level is it? Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Prince. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right. I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. Ah, so you want to trace that back to its source, then. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Prince's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though. If you'd like to see it, I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
And that would explain the deletion. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers, They did eventually show up in living memory. Although I guess that's moot. They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Cryo. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the Source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the Director's office. Hearing Kryl talk about her parents reminds me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. If that man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in this next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? Alright, let us swipe the level 3 security clearance card. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. There we go, let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy. Everyone, speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Prince, come with me. I might have need of that security card. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. Something odd. Something odd. This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display. I'm curious if maybe I could identify it before we, everything. So, this thing is missing a gem, apparently. This case appears to be ajar somewhat, but I don't know if that's what we're really looking for. It could just simply be the thing is built into the computer here. Alright, Shale. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Maybe there's a secret panel somewhere to open up another spot. Sorry, Prince, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Well, if there was to be a door somewhere... I would put it maybe behind this thing? Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Can we get the locker open? The door to the locker swings open easily. Okay, yeah, he's infatuated with him. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Alright, and shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto-Lab, the Deutero-Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty. Have you found something? So, a hastily scribbled reminder found in the Director's office shelving. Yeah, Shell, we got codes to put in everywhere, basically. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. True, there's nothing over there. Remember what Capuia used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. You can pass right through electrope. Truly? It never had that property in my time. Ah, Prince is having a little fun, I think. What we mean is electrope can project a false appearance. And you can kind of walk through that appearance, yeah. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the protolab. Then I'll take the Deutero lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the Deutero lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Prince, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wook Lamont and Kryl through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Alright, let's take a look at this thing. Two jewels are embedded in this electrope plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire, and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. So we need to find another jewel. You have located Director Demetrius's personal data tablet and locker space. Take another look. Let's open that locker one more time and see if there's a jewel inside. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Perhaps there's something in another room. Understood, Shale. But first I need to find a stool or mayhap a sturdy box. Yeah, maybe Kryl isn't the right one to be at that post. I can't believe they're actually making that joke right now. Any gems in here? Hey, with level 3, can I get access to this now? Research objectives. Okay, no, can't use that. So I just press this, and next is that one, right? Hey, this isn't so hard. And nothing else in this locker here. Alright, let's look at that cluttered side table again. You picked up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Okay, no. Alright, then what do we have here? You have yet to discover enough clues to deduce the passwords. Try exploring the immediate area or conferring with your comrades until you have more information. I should take a closer look at those reports. One of them might have hints to the password. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? Let's solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There. Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. So, you're saying the Alexandrian, or... No, that's not the right shape. But, a sizable green gem of scintillating beauty. Well, let's put it in. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Let's try to insert the Alexandrite into the empty slot. The gemstones fit snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. A floor plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. So in that case, Sapphire, Alexandrite, and Garnet could be the passwords. This slot contains a Sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Proto-Lab. Alexandrite and Garnet. Okay. That should be enough. You have gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set here. Wuklamot and Kryl are waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wuklamot in the Proto-Lab. What word should she enter? Sapphire. And the password for Kryl in the Deutero Lab? Garnet. And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Alexandrite. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. It's returning an error. We must be missing a piece of the puzzle. Maybe Sphene or Golja has noticed something. Or perhaps the display plate can give us greater insight. Did I reverse them? Hang on. Garnet, then Sapphire? Okay. Then, yeah, that's... Someone must have hidden that Alexandrite in the puzzle. I'll see if there's any other interesting things I can find. Well, as long as we're not missing a word, at worst case, I can brute force it in the end. So I just press this, and the next one is that. Hey, this isn't so hard. Well, you don't have anything else to say, right? I wouldn't think so at this point. Do we need to help Cryo find a box to stand on? Is that the problem? Or is this a puzzle where I need to, like... It'd be really odd if I had to, like, turn things 90 degrees or something. So, Deutero Lab is for the Garnet. Sapphire goes to the Proto Lab. And Alexandrite is for the Director's office. What is this scrawled phrase? The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Alright. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. So, Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Okay, so in that case... So for Wuklamot... One second. They were... Now I'm confusing the names here real quick. Where is this again? Sapphire is in the Proto Lab. Okay. Alright, so Proto Lab Sapphire is Honesty. For Cryle, that's going to be Devotion. And then Protection. Looks like that did it. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture as soon as Wook-Lamont and Cryle rejoin us. Great work, Prince. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. We did it, thanks to you. And a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrian, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Prince. Alright, everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Some sort of data storage.
The Endless are memories. And if memories are data, then...
In a world form of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal?
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphene's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso-Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless.
Well, you heard him. I'm just gonna go on to the first for a while you guys get this done.
Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Interesting.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching.
There was that moment when she tried to tell us something.
Curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. Well, I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is an investigation for another day. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our next move. I passed on the short version of events to our comrades so we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Prince, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Front door, smash you smash? Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels like much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. I shall hold you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alice and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Don't worry, Gulja. You'll grow up someday. And I'm sure you'll turn into a fine warrior. Oh, Prince, Cryo. And I think that we should talk to Gossen before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gossen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, then, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. I'll do whatever I can to help Shale and Erenville. It may not be much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. As I said, I'll be ready and waiting if and when you have need of me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. Alright, so we need to find Gossen.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us, for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Can't let that count reach 5,000.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
And with that, the stage should be set for the final battle. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosun. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-Regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. Thank you for saying that! I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent survey, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Oh, that's a shame. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Alright, let's make our way over to Living Memory. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the Meso Terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Meso Terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electro. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Actually, I meant to speak with everybody else, so we'll do that first here. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since last we gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. Yeah, but no Urianger or Thancred here. 'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. Now you got me curious, Alphino, what you're thinking. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Seems Alphino and Alice were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. Alright, let's run that through real quick here. And we are going to grab the crit materia. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent hosts waiting. Off we go. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. It hasn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating Endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the Endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance staged to deceive us. As for the Meso Terminal, however, It had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouncement by our own hand. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning aether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. This is where the former queen's memories were stored, and she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing. I thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who loved this kingdom, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. We will rise to the challenge that the Endless Fiend could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Prince for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal now accessible. Alright, with that... Well, everybody is lit up here, so... Let's form a party and enter the Meso Terminal. Alright, let's see who we want to take here. I do want to bring... Wait. Zoomancer? Okay.
I too can fight.
Gotcha. Okay, so they would be a DPS in this case.
I too can fight.
Let's bring Grahatia as the healer. Ready. And then... Wow, we got no melee DPS in this. Unless I want to bring Wook Lamont, but I'm going to pass on that one. I get the feeling there's more to come, even after we're out of this dungeon here. Let's see, so it's between Kryl, Alisei, and Y'shtola. Let's go with Y'shtola.
Victory will be ours!
Actually, no, Kryl might be the better choice, in case we come across anything related to her parents in there. Alright, and... that should be it. Register for duty. There we go. Yeah, I know about that. I'm gonna switch a piece of armor out soon, and that'll fix that. Alright. Food on?
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Let's do it. You got me if I double pull, right, Graha?
Brace yourself! Take this!
First group is almost down. There we go. Got a data station. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning-aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Ooh, that was a hitch there.
Try this!
Hold on. Allow me. These appear to be people in the process of being given their bodies. This reminds me of something that once happened in way back when I tried out oh, what was it again? Mass Effect. Long ago. Never finished the game. But there was a glitch at one point where basically people's faces were looking kind of like this, just a boxy mess. I might throw that up in the Discord after the show if I can find that thing again.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Let's see what you got. Dispensers. Does this mean I need to go here? Yeah, it looks like it. Right, so we need to be stopped, is what they're saying. You can't predict attacks, huh? Really?
Try this!
Well, it seems like at least they know where to go. I suppose the timer really would tell which would go first.
Just the beginning.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Alright, first one down. Alright, so, according to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence that encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology, as souls are composed entirely of ether. He asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward.
Holding back.
Take this. Alright, this group seems a little easier than the first couple we ran into there. At least in terms of how quickly my health is going down.
Yourself.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
That's a shame. I missed out on the last attack.
Brace yourself!
Almost got this group down.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Okay, so 4 targets.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
So each one tethers to 1.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Okay, so everybody's having to do basically their own dance here. I can interrupt mine here, but I can't do anything about anybody else's. Actually, everybody's having to do their own thing here, it looks like.
Hold on.
Interrupt. And I should be out of this now. Let's help Graha. Why is that popping up? Hang on. Oh! Was I... Yeah, okay, that's what happened. I had my right mouse button clicking as I was over that. Okay, there's that. That just leaves this one.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Alright, let's see what they got next. Thing looks like the Queen's Gunner from Delugrum Regine, which is some content I still have yet to cover. 2 left to go in this group. Alright. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrope device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation you'll serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Allow me. Hold on.
Take this!
Allow me.
Overall, it's a fairly straightforward dungeon, at least in terms of story. I'll be curious how fast the run goes when I'm in a party running, say, expert roulette. Yeah, no more data terminals.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Interesting idea for a boss.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Alright, there's our mapping achievement.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Okay, so this is reminding me of Omega, Sigma, I want to say 2 or 3, and how the memories were recalling and were recalling bosses and such from elsewhere in the series.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Okay, we do want to get pushed into a corner. I gotta better figure out the placement of everything.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Try this!
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Alright, so this one, we just gotta watch where they're running. And then we got this happening again. Alright, and then we go opposite. And that's debuffs off. Alright, there's nothing I can do there. Luckily, I have the option to disrespect the mechanic. Okay, and we go here, and then to a corner. Alright, watch the hand. Watch where they're going. Now we look for a place to get pushed back to. And that should be it. Okay, I see some frames are dropping there. Looks like it stopped. Okay. All right. Let us... Let's see. I want to give Twitch a second to come back up because it looks like that came. It looks like that might have dropped. Yeah, looks like something might have happened on the Twitch side. Give me a second. Stream. Let me change the server I'm going to. Okay, start. Nope. Okay. Let's try a different server. There we go. It looks like the... All right, let me give them the chance to come back up here. Okay, so Twitch. It looks like what happened is their Atlanta data center went down. So I am now streaming to their Virginia data center. So, but we are back up. So let's continue on here.
Sphene? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Then I called it a primal.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Stay calm. Focus on staying alive.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
I've encountered something like this before.
Allow me to introduce it to you.
It is called the darkness of the seed.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying.
And that causes a primal summoning.
That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
Asians?
Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Glad to see they're bringing this back.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
You have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
The Ageless Necropolis, now accessible. And indeed, we are able to bring NPCs into this fight, and I intend to do just that. Let's chat with everybody first, though. The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. So, 'tis a primal which embodies the concept of death in all its terror. He has made manifest a most troublesome foe. It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting ether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear of death, that the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. What is he saying? That the fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare. Let's send it back into the darkness, Prince. As I feared, I was right to bring spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, we must take every advantage of every warrior we can field. An abundance of lightning would indeed obviate the need for crystals. I should like to know where... I should like to know whence Calyx came by this summoning knowledge. Again, I say primals. Or rather, I say Ascians. Alright, form a party! Grasping Eternity, Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
All right, food on. And it looks like we are given a chance to make a few mistakes here in this fight. Nice. Alright. So, should I tank or should you, Wolf Lamont? Nah, I think I'm forced to tank here, actually.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Alright, so we gotta watch out for where the hands are facing.
There.
Alright, opposite. Yep. Ooh. Okay, I gotta watch for that. Got it. Where the energy is going.
This should do it! Gloves are off.
Okay, same thing. And then...
Do you not
fades
see?
away, okay.
Death.
Alright,
is
I gotta...
upon you.
Put it this way.
Perhaps this.
Ring, let's get inside here.
Kill them.
Okay, what? Got it, we gotta get up front for that one. And now this one, I guess we gotta get out.
Bothersome.
Ether. Okay, maybe the other attack already didn't actually mean that then. Oh, there it was. Okay, got it. So the symbol stores it in for future use.
Eroding your strength.
Okay, for this we gotta keep an eye on the timers here. Corner?
I will reduce you to ether.
I have you now.
Are you all right?
You will
Just
die
the
for me now.
Okay, we gotta attack these now.
There.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
So is this an ultimate, or is there something else to this? Yeah, this looks like an ultimate. And I am alone, which means I gotta take these out as quickly as I can. Okay. And into the light.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There.
Alright, we go to the right.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Halfway done.
There.
Ooh. I missed the pattern part of the way.
Kill them.
Alright, so is this in and then out the whole time? No. In?
Fight, if you must.
Unfortunately, I was out of position for that one. Alright, so game wants me to be on the right side then, apparently, for that. We're going to the right.
You struggle in vain.
So out. Or no, in.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to
Behold
grow.
the techniques of the royal family.
Kill them.
You underestimate me.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Alright, same attack as before. Watch the timer. Then to the corner.
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Almost have it down. 12.5% to go.
I am prepared for you.
Brace yourself!
Kill them.
This was out, I think. And then we'll go in. And then out. And in. Out of position again. Well, it doesn't really matter, because they are down! All right. Anybody want to say anything? The primal of all things, something doesn't feel right. We did it. We've beaten you, Calyx. Is this truly the end of it? Now's our chance. Calyx has nothing left to throw at us. All right, let's get out of here.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
A shield.
Ugh. It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Are we getting an extra trial here?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Sid, get the G-Warrior.
So long as our memories endure.
Got an idea there, Sphene?
This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction?
Strange. Did primals need consistent prayer?
An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
So he's running.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Need a hand?
Ultimate!
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
Time for some Dynamis stuff.
The others.
Time to do it. I'm thinking throw in the axe. Let's see if they're... Nope. So, question. Was he one file or multiple files? That'll determine if he's still alive or not. But perhaps missing something.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Let us bask in the victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had a chance to recuperate. Phew. It is good to be out of that terminal. But what of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? After dealing that last blow, I hadn't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. It's finally over. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamity himself. Apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, look, Lamont. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed, along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are never far. Which I've been saying for a while now. Actually, I was saying Asians even before the summoning was a thing. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valkona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. So I'm assuming this is going to be maybe the new music theme around here? It's definitely a bit more full-feeling compared to the sort of ghostly apparition of the music after we took down all the, we took down everything in here the first time. Okay, so we're headed to the outskirts. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. I was able to speak with Shale in Erenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. Thank goodness. Things are much calmer than I anticipated. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at least. Prince, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they have not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities. I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Braha, Cryo, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. We're gonna need a lot of porksies. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Okay. And Sphene. Blades in waiting. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahuswa? She works at the fields at Yupy's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Erenville and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. Sphene's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. Ah, so this is the place where Mahuswa works. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us, as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepoen was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a great debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Poen and the others. And the outskirts needs all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gossen to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, Prince, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolo. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Alright. By the way, I got myself a new mount recently. That is gonna be... not that one. This one. It is a robot dragon! with jet engines. This is the reward for, collecting all the mounts from, Shadowbringers. All the extreme trial mounts. Ah, I know that voice. And happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gulja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted that he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of Old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Perhaps he went back to his old home. Or he might just be right here. Prince, how? Ah, came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it's good to see you. Alisei gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well.
welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority.
You have growing to do.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
You'll grow into your strength.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
There are several people I can recommend to you to train you if you wish.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Already found your path, then.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Just make sure you protect those swords from the lightning.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
I look forward to it. Yet to lift a blade, and he wants to spar already. He is Gululjaja's grandson out, alright. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time, and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Otis' sword has seen better days. I'll ask Janult to fix it when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in the Skydeep cenote. I wonder if he ever intended for me to have them. I have no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend, and I want to stay close while the treatments are ongoing. Alright, let us head for the back room. Alright, Cryo. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Prince. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Alright, this is the final quest, The Promise of Tomorrow. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and myself. Kakuya and Geode will be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. The lab where they studied the keys certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 10-29 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, is like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word, and I'll help you settle in. Well, that's the kind of thing you say usually right at the end of a quest, not the start. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. I think, yeah, let's go ahead. Several weeks later. I actually got a little bit of a time skip here then. Raha fell asleep. Or maybe he's just catching,
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. so no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes! Be safe!
We'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
They're certainly having to put on a lot of pageantry to kind of close things out here, but I get it. Although this I don't. Why not just... Okay, yeah. I guess they have to bring the guy over there first.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
I guess the solution from Charlene about teleporting without knowing the destination, I guess they wouldn't want to give the guy aether sickness, like we encountered when we went over to that other region.
The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
But this is it. They're definitely closing things out with the way this is feeling here. And this is definitely...
The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials.
This is supposed to be the end of Dawntrail, because the next section of the MSQ is going to start setting up the next expansion.
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Cool, Jaja.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Yeah, let's just make sure we don't take the wrong portal. Don't want to end up in Juno.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Maybe discourage her from adventures for a while, once she's up.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
I hear an abacus clacking away somewhere.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
Peace is a good thing sometimes.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Why are you here?
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Is this gonna brighten things up around here then? Like, are we gonna leave these things on?
All right, everyone. Begin.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria. Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
You're making her queen?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galulja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galulja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Actually, I was gonna say having somebody to assist her from outside the sphere probably would be still a good idea to have, just specifically, you know, to show the unity of what has happened here. That people from across the rift came into this world, and yet peace was found between the 2 nations. And what better way to do that than to have a representative from outside as a partner leader? You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
And yeah, I know he was born inside the sphere, but I mean, an outside species representation.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Alright, Wuklamot. So Sphene is to sit the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their feelings known. So, I guess Sphene is not going to turn into a scion then. And of course, Wuklamot was never going to, since they took the throne, but neither is Sphene, so the only one that we potentially still have that might join the Scions at a later time would be Zero. Speaking of, I wonder how they're doing. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion worthy of grand celebration. We shall walk this difficult road together, as Val Wuklamot has assured us. This great nation is set to become an even greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in its history. Gululja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. He will be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Prince. Wuk-Lamat is right. Ours is not an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuk-Lamat back to Tuliolal. But what are your plans, Prince? Didn't you have other matters you yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. To Tuliolal, then. How long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. Prince, no one told me you were coming. The memory restoration went well, I am told. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolal a while. We believe in you, Gululja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. And you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Gululja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people. And it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Prince, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolo. You'll always be welcomed here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolo, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Prince. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train, and do the best I can. You've really come far, Galulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud. I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Alright, and we head to Praxis Park. And it looks like that's where the end of the quest is going to be. I'm kind of surprised. I guess there is more to do here in the lands across the ocean to the west. The New World, as it was called. But once those are over, I suspect we would probably head back to Old Sharlayan. I'll need to give a full accord of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Estidian may prove difficult to track down. Well, he said he was headed east, didn't he? We've observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Erenville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Galulja has packed his bags and left to train in Tuliolo. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there? There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is, I'm not sure I'm even ready. So, we'll make this a gradual process, and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. Prince, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. But Alphano, the Scions were officially disbanded. Are you saying the Scions are going to be reformed? Rest assured, Sphene, Etheris's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphano report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. I would have said, you know, there's a perfectly good graveyard outside, but okay. You'll invite our friends from Tuliolo, won't you? Yes, of course. I know of Zerolja only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. That's the patch name! You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Y'shtola just can't help herself. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening. But I've grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcomed as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Quest complete. Let's see the post-patch content if there is anything here. So Calyx did make it.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Is that an Ascian I see?
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer. But this also confirms there was somebody else behind him. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Achievement in memoriam unlocked. Alright, let's see what everybody has to say at the end here. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully, some hint is to be found amongst the remnants of Preservation's works. It is time we began a thorough investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in that endeavor ere all is said and done. On a personal note, I should also like to learn more of the Milala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. I wonder what Otis and Zelenia would think of my becoming the Queen of Alexandria, as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased, yet, knowing them, also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, so shall I strive to rule, as if they advised me still. With a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. I am most curious to see how Alexandria is welcomed upon the broader stage of nations. As a heretofore unknown, technologically advanced country, I expect it will be met with considerable wariness. I shall do my humble best to ease the tension of the initial introductions. We've compiled a summary of the events and submitted our report to Ojika. As representatives of the students of Baldessian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I am glad to see Cryo find a satisfying end to her personal journey, though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised at how many Porksy practitioners we've trained now. Angelo, too. Angelo, too, has been looking rather proud of his efforts. Alrighty. so with that, that brings us to the end of the MSQ. I thought I was going to break this up across 2 weeks, but no, I'm actually kind of glad I did it in one large burst here. I don't think I would have been able to resist waiting on that dungeon. So, yeah, it's definitely been a good end to the Dawntrail story. We've basically got our confirmation for the most part that we will most likely not be seeing Wook-Lamont or Sphene in the party anytime soon. I know a lot of people have wanted to get Sphene out of the party for some time, and this is definitely a sign from the game that that is now happening. I didn't hold all the same feelings that other players did about her. But there were definitely moments where it took away from basically boosting the player up on the pedestal. But yeah, regardless, it's nice to see an end to the Dawntrail story, and I guess now we wait for patch 7.4, where they start to set up whatever this winter expansion is going to be. Or, you know, there's still other stuff for us to do. The Frozen North Blind Frost, I believe, one thing was. And then there's, okay, Winter Blind Frost might be a connection there. And then, of course, there's also that land to the south, which is slipping my mind right now. Oh, take me back to the world map here. Over in this area here somewhere. It's another continent that we're supposed to go to eventually. And for the love of me, I cannot read the language, so the name is going to... It's the place where Bahamut and Tiamat used to be before the Allagans attacked. One of those two is gonna more than likely be our next expansion, so we will see what happens. But with all that said, that's gonna do it for me today. Thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.